I believe I might be a little bit late. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and all variations thereof, and welcome to the Thursday stream, the final build versus build, the final competition, or rather, the final second half of the competition. Because last week we had a bit of a problem. Around about halfway through the stream, Steam died, and we were not able to get back into the world to continue building. Which means we ended up having to reschedule, as it were. So, yeah. Thusly, we come to part 2 of the build versus build competition. However, as usual, Lion will be joining us in about an hour. So, in the meantime, we have stuff to do. Because last stream, we were aiming to construct bombers, and this is mine so far. I'm not going to look at it too much because Lion might be watching. Can't give them sneak peeks. No. But yes, last stream, last time we were in this world, we were building bombers, and one of the things that we do not have as of yet is a bombing range, as it were, a testing ground for bombers to actually work with. So, what we're doing today is actually building that testing ground. We are going to build a set of targets that are going to be of varying sizes to indeed deploy bombs against. So we're going to build a series of different target squares. These target squares are going to be of varying sizes and require varying color schemes. So, black on the outside for the rim. And these targets are not designed as you would think a dartboard would be designed. No, these targets are designed more in the idea that if you hit them at all, you've done a good job. So these are the design, the intended targets. And the way that we will be building these up essentially means that there will be a line of them, kind of, that will be on the planet's surface that you will fly over and drop bombs on, because we're building bombers. So I want to do 3 varieties of targets. This I think is the medium target. And we're going to have a small target as well, which is going to be very small. Kind of. It's not actually that small. So if we do... Oh. This, and this, and this, and then that. That is the small target. This is the medium target, and then methinks a large as well. A large target. So if we go like this, and we paint this white. Actually, let's get a bit higher up so that we actually have some space to build this. So, how long is this? 13 blocks long. Okay. So out by 12. And then out by 12 again. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. So yeah, essentially these are going to be the testing ground areas for our bombers. And I will lay them out in a bit of a random pattern. Because, you know, you never know. You never know where you'll end up striking next. Okay, and then white again. And black, and then a dot of red. So that is the large target. Let's quickly split these off. So that can go into the ground like that. This can go down like this. And like this. If someone hits the center of a target, they will destroy the entire target itself, and if they hit the sides, it'll still kind of stand. Which is, I think, a good idea. Okay, so let's take that, and let's put this out in the world, shall we? So, let's say... one there. One over here. One over there. How many is that? That's 3. Let's put a few more down. Let's put down 5 large targets. Nice and spread apart. That one's quite far away. Let's put another one over here. There. And one in the middle. One in the middle, around there. And these are the large targets. These are the big boys. But they're the easy to hit ones. And they may not look particularly easy to hit, considering the higher you get, the smaller they get. But these are the easy ones. I think I'll put a couple more over here, actually. I'll save the world before Lying and I launch, and then we'll try it like that. And one there. Hey, Luca. Welcome, welcome. How's the microphone audio today? No quiet times to be had? Nope. Okay, how's this? That's a decent amount of targets. Audio is better? That is good. I'm glad. Okay, let's try these. So these ones are the small targets, so I'll put one there. Or these are the medium targets, rather. We'll smatter these sort of around and about in between the large targets. You sound like a human person and not like you're doing a meditation track for stressed gamers. Meditation track for stressed gamers. Well, there's an idea. Fair enough. I'm glad that I actually sound like a person today. I was a little late starting because I was eating late. I made chicken katsu curry tonight. I was really proud of that, actually. I actually managed to fry, like, breaded chicken properly. It's the first time I've done that. Gamer Girl Bathwater and Gamer Non-Beaming ASMR affirmations. I mean, I'm still so confused about the whole bathwater thing. What was that even about? How do people... Why? Just why? It seems so strange. So strange. Okay. I cannot talk about this without outing how much I know about shit. Fair enough. Okay. I think that's enough medium targets out and about. Now let's grab the smalls. So these are the small targets. And from the air, that is tiny. Look at how tiny that is. In comparison to all the other targets, that is very small. Hey, Lang. Parasocial relationships are wild? Yeah, pretty much. I am building the target range for testing our bombers, by the way. There are 3 tiers of targets. The way I'm thinking of running this, please tell me if I am being a tad over indulgent in this method. But the way I'm thinking of judging our bombers, at least in capability, is essentially having this massive target range. We each get 5 minutes on the clock, and the one to do as much damage as possible to targets wins. With the small targets counting for 5 points, the medium targets counting for 3, and the large targets counting for 1. Because the large targets are the easiest to hit, and the small targets are the hardest to hit. And there are targets all over the thing. I mean, here's the thing. If we do hit any of these targets, it'll be fantastic. If we don't, well, we'll leave it up to chat. Incentive to actually hit targets. No. Nah. But yeah, like, I'm making a really massive field of targets. And the small targets are very small, but the big targets are pretty big. So, you know, it'll be an interesting contest, I think. Because I have no idea what you've built. And you have no idea what I've built. Because I have made certain not to peek behind the curtain, as it were. We're going to need to make rangefinders just to know if we're over the target. Don't you have one, Lai? Because I have one. I don't have one. I'm kidding. I'm like, I was thinking about trying to make a rangefinder in Space Engineers, and then my brain kind of turned itself off. And I was like, okay, well, maybe we're not doing that then. Okay, let's take a look at this target field so far. That's a pretty decent field of targets, I think. Like, you've got some smalls, and you've got some bigs, and you've got some mediums. Yeah, that'll do. A spotlight on a hinge with a pair of sensors controlling it based on whether they can detect anything, I guess. I mean, yeah, but then you have to think about, like, sensor range and, like, how much, like, range the sensors actually have and how much range, you'll be, like, how high you'll be flying, essentially. Yeah, you'd only know what you're above within 50 meters. Yeah. Like there's our little build wall over there, and this is the target field. It's pretty big, I think. Shouldn't be too difficult to fly around. Can't wait to see you both fail to hit a single target. I mean, that's the thing. We're gonna give it a damn good go. However, the things that we need to do this session are finish the bombers, design the bombs we'll be using, and then design all of, like, organize all of the timing systems and stuff that we'll be using as well if we're using that. If I might end up just going manual control on the whole thing and just press a button that says turn on welders, press a button that says turn on projectors, print my bombs, press a button that says detach, and drop the bombs. Or I might do it through timer blocks, but I have no idea. I know that I need to use some form of timer block in the bomb itself, but I have no clue how well that'll work, so I have some faith in you. I do think that's the funniest outcome. That is fair. Like, I have no idea if we'll be able to hit even a single target, because these things are pretty, like, they're big. Like, this platform is, like, 13 meters by 13 meters. Like, it's pretty big. But from high up, they're not that big. So we'll see. Let me put down a starting position platform. Let's go over here. So, yeah, there. Let's go to, okay, 15. And about there. Then across the middle, 7. There we go. And then black. And put that in. And then we will put a quick battery on it with an antenna. And that can be our starting platform for the bombers. So, do you need a runway line? I don't know that I need a runway, but I don't know that you need a runway either, so I might put a runway down. May I suggest a timely sum provided to a local trans person's GoFundMe? I'm trying to figure out if I can put some money where my mouth is. If I could have given you actual money, I would have just done that already. That is fair. That is fair. We're all poor in this economy. We're all poor in this shit show of a world. Funds post-wedding are a little tight. That is fair, Aluka. That is fair. It was a gorgeous wedding, though, so, you know. Credit where it's due. That should... Yeah, that'll be big enough, I think. Extra surprise $1,200 at the end. Nice. Okay. Oh, no, like, extra cost? Oh. Not nice. Not nice. I retract that statement. We didn't have it budgeted, little tight. Ouch. Ouchie. Thinking. Yeah, this should be enough, but I will put... I'll put a respawn. I'll put a med room down here, just in case as well. It is half buried in the sand, but that's fine. Oh yeah, lying. Quick question, because we haven't really covered this. Waiting for the final name change to see registry results, but we're thinking we can afford a honeymoon, which is why I was going to fuck my ass off to Colorado. That is fair, but at least you have a job. That is also fair. Still pretty shitty what they tried to do to you. But that's America, I guess? But yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, lying. What are we doing after this? Because this is technically the final Build v Build stream. What happens after? What are we doing next week? Maybe you can make enough money, you can do donations. One day, Luca, it is the dream. I'm not a weather boy. I'm a weatherman. Actually, I'm not a weatherman either. I'm a weather NB. I'm a weather NB. You would like to be sugar daddy again? That is fair, Luca. That is fair. But no, seriously, like, what are we doing after this? Because I have a few ideas, but I would like to hear what you think first, because I literally have a whole idea for, like, Survival Space Engineers series, or, like, Survival Space Engineers streams, that isn't based around Agarus for a change, but is actually kind of a lot harder than Agarus. So, though in fairness, Agarus was kind of easy in a lot of ways. We... Hold on. Let me jump into... Oh god, why am I here? Oh, it's... Okay, that's fine. Right. What was I doing? Oh, yes. World map. So, streaming one. We were very cute on the wedding Zoom also. Zeri will be happy to hear that. He was... Don't tell him I told you this, but Zeri was essentially fussing over his outfit for, like, the first 30 minutes before the Zoom call. And I was like, I know exactly what I'm wearing. But Zeri was like, do I wear the shirts? Or do I wear a t-shirt? What's the dress code? And I'm like, just wear whatever you want, love. And he's like, no, it's a wedding. And I'm like, well, the dress code says fancy casual, but wear whatever you want. And he's like, okay, fancy casual. I have to wear a button down. And it's like... But yeah. It was very cute. It was very cute watching him fuss. But yeah. There was a point just before, like, the wedding started wholesale where you just see me and Zeri leave, and it's because we went to take our meds. because our meds alarms went off. Um, so yeah. It was very good. It was very good. And I got to wear my tailcoat. And there is also a point, maybe not recorded, but there was... Who got married? Hazer, actually. Aluka got married. Aluka got married a few days back, was it? Or about a week, maybe? Time in my head does not exist. But yeah, Aluka got married about a week ago, I think. And it was a very lovely wedding. It was a very lovely wedding indeed. I was lucky enough to attend over Zoom. So yeah, I would have loved to attend in person. As I actually told Aluka the other day, I would have loved to have actually attended in person, like flown down to Florida and like jumped on a plane, flown down to Florida and attended the wedding in person. However, funds be non-existent right now. So yeah. So it was like, I can either attend over Zoom, or I can purchase a ticket for £500 to there and back, and like, yeah. Y'all missed it for the most part, but I got to meet some of my friends I'd never met in the hallway before the ceremony, and I wept. Aww. But that's nice. Like, one day, Aluka, one day we will meet in real life. God knows when that'll be. Maybe when both of us have a degree more flexible income. Yeah. One of them saved Transformers pins for you since high school? That is adorable. That is adorable. But yeah, like, one day we will meet. You might have some fuck-off money somewhat soon, maybe. That's good. That's good. What was I doing? I think I've done everything I need to for this. We have the launch pad, and we have our field of targets. I hope they're not despawning. Oh right, yes, that's a thing I need to do. Nightbot, come here. Treat stream timer disable. There we go. Keep meaning to do that, and I keep forgetting. It's like, okay. Right. I'm distracting and very chatty. Yes, that is fair, Aluka. You're actually more chatty than you usually are, because you're usually working at this time. One thing actually, you know what? One thing we can do, since we can't work on the bomber at the moment. I want to... Not the solar glider. The solar sails. Okay, so... This thing... Oh. Hold on. Let me drop this thing. This thing is... something that I've been working on for a little while. It is... wildly unstable at times. But, you know... I am working. I hate this fucking company. That is fair. That is fair, Aluka. What is that? This is a design for a folding solar panel system. Hold on. Hinges. Reverse. Yeah. Hey, Shipmaster ZK. Why not make a carrot ship? Its leaves are solar panels and it uses biomass to power itself and is in symbiosis with the crew by giving them food and a home while the carrot feeds on the... Interesting. Yeah. This is a design for a folding solar panel system. Looks like a peacock. That is fair. I will take that. The idea being that these solar panels would retract into a ship and then expand out during like long distance flights. It's essentially a design for a solar sail. This is definitely outside our build limit. I mean, yes, obviously lying. But in fairness, this isn't for the bomber. This is a ridiculous thing that I was working on the other day, and I was like, I wonder if I can do this. And I did. And it turned out wildly different than I imagined, and a lot bigger. Because, like, look at this thing unfold. It looks really nice when it unfolds. But also, like, it is very much not designed for being on a planet. Like, look at that. It's definitely a space-borne object. Strawberry ship and its seeds of drones. Interesting concept, Shipmaster. Not really my area of expertise. I work more in industrial-style builds. Organic is not my my area of expertise, that's for sure. But definitely an interesting concept. Question: what distinguishes a bomb from a missile? Bombs have no thrust lying. So a bomb would work on gravity alone, whereas a missile would have thrust. An arrow is a bomb. No, because an arrow doesn't have an explosive payload. Like, if you attached an explosive payload to an arrow, that would technically make it a bomb. Yeah, an arrow with a stick of dynamite is technically a bomb. It is a long-range bomb, but it is not so much a missile. Actually, no. Hold on. Let's redefine this. A bomb is an explosive device that is propelled by gravitational force. So an arrow is propelled by a bowstring. A missile is propelled by thrusters. A bullet is propelled by the gunpowder cartridge in a gun. Is a doodlebug a missile or a bomb then? What the fuck is a doodlebug? What about a flaming arrow into a fuel barrel? I mean, the fuel barrel is a bomb, but the flaming arrow is a missile, technically speaking, because it is propelled from a bowstring. So yeah, but yeah, I think that's a good definition for a bomb. It is an explosive device that is only propelled by gravity. Shipmaster, you have very ambitious ideas, and me and Lying only have 3 hours and we're building bombers today, so, you know, maybe save it for another stream, perhaps. But yeah, so doodlebugs were German weapons that would propel themselves across the channel, run out of fuel, and detonate wherever they landed. I mean, technically that'd be a torpedo because it's in the water, right? I think. Doodlebug. Doodlebugs and V2s. In June 1944, the Germans started sending V1 flying bombs to London. We called these V1s Doodlebugs. A Doodlebug was really a bomb with wings. It looked like a small airplane. Oh, okay, so the Doodlebugs are V1s. Okay, no, that's a different thing. Okay, well, I mean, I suppose of a Doodlebug in this instance would be a bomb with an attached, like, carrying system. Because it's not technically a missile, because what it does is it flies over, and then once it runs out of fuel, it drops, thus being propelled by gravity. But you could say the same about any form of, like, bomb delivered by an airplane, essentially. Shipmaster, your suggestions are appreciated. However, there's already a plan for today's stream, so bear that in mind. So if I make a drone with an explosive payload that just cuts engines whenever a bottom sensor detects enemy structure, it's a bomb. Maybe? I'm honestly not sure. Like, I still think the definition of a bomb is a explosive device that relies on gravity as its main form of propulsion. The Doodlebug technically fits that criteria. However, it doesn't really, because it's more of a missile, because it has an inbuilt propulsion system. If it was like a V1 was like a plane that had a bomb attached to it that flew over and dropped the bomb, then that would still be a bomb, because it's two separate components. But, I'm not really, yeah, no. I think I still like that definition of a bomb. It is a explosive device of which the main form of propulsion is gravity. Because it has no internal propulsion of its own. So it needs something to carry it. Which a Doodlebug does technically fit that criteria, but it also doesn't. It's kind of like a mix between a bomb and a missile, but it has no guidance systems, it has no proper propulsion, but it still is technically a propelled missile. So, I don't know. It's... There's little bits and pieces in there that are more or less in the middle of things. Apologies, SE. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. What are we building here? At the moment, we are building a target range. This is the bombing range that I've been building for today's challenge. Lying will be joining us in about 10 minutes, after which I can actually take a look at the bomber that we're building for today's challenge. And I'm lurking for a bit since they just pop new cases into your lap. Fair enough, Aluka. I'd say enjoy your work, but I already know the answer to that, so good luck. Before my alarm goes off, however, I am going to go and grab my meds. So I will be right back. Okay. Right. Where was I? Where was I? Oh, yes. So, Lion will be joining us in about 10 minutes-ish. Probably. Hold on, I need to check. Okay. So yes. Today we are building, as I was saying earlier, we are building bombers. Bombing craft. That need to work with the aerodynamics mod. And are good enough to fly at decent speeds, I guess? I'm suddenly wondering whether I should put turrets on these platforms. Perhaps. Need to work with aerodynamics because Lucian is a bastard? How dare you? I'm not a bastard. I'm a perfectly lovable person. Actually, no. In fairness, between you and me, Line, if we were to take the Aziraphale and Crowley sort of dynamic here, you're the goody two-shoes and I'm the demon. So... How dare you square up against me in a build battle and arbitrarily change the laws of physics? Oh, you know. With a push of a button and a snap of my fingers. You could call it a miracle. Mostly to spend points. Fair enough, Zeraki. Give me 2 seconds and I will do those. I still have a hardwood floor, so I'm gonna be annoyed, but it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, God. Damn it. Ugh. Right. Ooh. Because you know you'd have no chance at all if you played by the rules as written by Keen on High. Well, personally, I think the rules as written by Keen on High are bullshit. But also, I don't think I'd have no chance at all. I think my design would be very different, though. I don't think anyone would win. Fair enough, Dragon Reaper. I think if I was working within the constraints of, like, Keen on High, my build would be drastically different. But because I'm not, this game was barely meant to have planets. Atmospheric physics are an abomination. They're kind of realistic, though, Lion. They're definitely more realistic than what Keen has in place, that's for sure. And hey, I like that. But yeah. I have a few ideas for what we could do after this. You want realism? Try flying into the sun? I mean, I can try, but I don't think I'll ever get there, considering it's part of the skybox. But you know, it's the little things. Aerodynamics is fun. But yeah, I have a few ideas for what we can do for the the next streams after this. One of them being... Oh, God. Hello. That's my meds alarm. I've already taken my meds, so I'm good. One of the ideas, actually. Let me see if I can find the mod. Or it's not a mod, it's Planet. One of the ideas was wait, what was that? Hold on. Graphics revamped? Better shadows? Better LODs? No armor edges? 4K skybox? Ooh. Okay, this mod. A graphics mod for some quality of life changes. Better shadows, but not black. Better LOD when using high value in model quality. Double distance before changing and smooth transition. No armor edges. Sun and bloom. Ooh. I will subscribe to that, sure. Okay. What was I... Oh yes. Planets. Show me the files I have subscribed to. And show me Thanatos. With a name like that, it's already a good start. So this line is Thanatos. Let me switch to the Steam scene. This is Thanatos. This is a planet. It is a planet of an interesting variety. It has rather dead-looking landscape. It has interesting storms. It has lava. It has volcanoes. Recommended size 120 kilometers. Difficulty very hard. Resources basically everything. Weather. Corrosive rain, radiation storms, sandstorms, thermal storms, and electric storms. Thanatos is a resource-rich but highly inhospitable planet designed to be a challenge in survival mode, featuring hostile life forms, frequent storms, and other dangerous weather types that will destroy any structure left on the surface for too long. I like the sound of this line. Line has just gone live. Okay. That is good. Lying is lie. Okay. Not technically. Thanatos isn't technically an underworld so much as it... Thanatos is the god, or rather the shepherd of the dead in Greek mythology. You have Hades, who is king of the underworld, but then you have Thanatos, who is death, basically, in Greek mythology. So that is what that is. Okay. Lang should be with us momentarily, so I'm gonna fly back to my shuttle bay, or ship bay, and we can take a look at what I was building last session. Which is this ridiculous mess. Which I need to make some adjustments to once we start. But yes. But yeah, Thanatos is essentially death. And I have found a planet named after him. Fun! But yeah, I'm thinking of I'm thinking I'd like to bring in a like do a couple of interesting survival streams, and bring in more than just lying in myself, essentially. Bring in a couple of different people to join us for these sorts of things. Similarly, Nemesis was the goddess of vengeance. Indeed she was. Oh, goodness me. I can't wait for Hades 2. I would love to play Hades 2 at some point, because I really enjoyed Hades 1, and Hades 2 looks really interesting. So nowadays, Nemesis more or less just means anyone you're a sufficiently strong rival with. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Perhaps. I'm just looking over the fixed weaponry that we have at the moment and going, I wonder what I should have on this vest. Flying will be here momentarily, I am sure. As of yet, I cannot hit, so... we shall see. I hope they're actually able to put it. Hold on, let me check that. Not in yet. Okay. I haven't changed anything in the world, so I'm hoping that that is not a problem, but we shall see. We... Bling, bling. Player connected, lying. Bling, bling, bling. But yeah, so today, as I said earlier, we are building bombers. And we will be attempting to use them in combat, but we shall see how well that actually goes. And we need to... oh god, I still need to design the bomb. Or bombs, depending. And we need... oh, we need the... right, yes, we need... so many things. We need so many things. Bomb needs to fit in a 3x3 area. Ooh, it's tiny. So I am looking at this creation now and I'm thinking, what was I thinking last session? Which probably isn't a good sign. Boing, boing, boing. Waiting for a line, waiting for a line. One day the lion shall return from the war. I should put flares on this thing. Oh, I need to finish building the rest of it first. But then I'll put flares on it. That does worry me, though. Oh, there's a hole. That's not meant to be there. Okay, well, that's fine. Fix that at some point. That was unintentional. I saw nothing. I didn't realize that my camera was going to zoom out that far. Whoopsie.
Lulu.
What did you just call me?
Don't worry about it. How are you?
Fine.
Oh?
I
Any
was
troubles this
fine
week?
up until just then.
I am currently trying to respawn in a medical room, I know not which one.
The one right next to me, according to my screen.
The list I have has 3 medical rooms.
Well, according to my screen, you are 24 meters away from me, so...
Okay, right. Are you sure that's not my corpse? Since evidently I have to respawn.
It might be, but I don't want to go around the wall to check.
Uh-huh. Because then you'll see my dead body and you'll be oh so broken up about it.
No, because then I'll see your creation, and then I'll get spoiled.
Well, hopefully at some point in the near future I will be able to see the world, and then we won't have to worry about whether it's my corpse or not.
Yeah.
Assuming it doesn't just despawn in that time. So, how's your week been?
How's what?
How's your week been?
A little all over the place, to be honest.
Oh?
A little bit all over the place. Atlas has been many thing.
Right.
God, I don't want to talk about Atlas. Assassin's Creed has been interesting because, as usual, it's doing weird things to my resolution. And what else? I made chicken katsu curry today for dinner.
Ooh, fancy.
Very nice. Very nice.
I made chicken teriyaki yesterday.
Ooh, lovely.
I make that every week. Well, I make that every other week to be exact, but yeah. In between, I make oyakodon.
And then on Tuesday, I made apple and pork rissoles with rice and roasted carrots, which is quite nice. I'm trying to experiment with cooking at the moment, so. If you haven't respawned yet, Lion, try going into spectator mode.
That seems to have done a thing. Okay.
Hmm.
I don't know why... You say you haven't been over here, but my ship is not where I left it.
I have not been anywhere near your ship. I have been building targets out in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
So I have not touched it.
Right.
If it has moved, it is because it has vibrated off the platform, which does happen sometimes.
Oh, yep. There's the, I think you're being exceedingly ambitious here.
Hmm?
These targets, like, some of them are ludicrously tiny.
Yes, but they're the 5-pointers.
Especially at altitude.
Yes, but they're the 5-pointers. So, you know.
Have I heard the joke about the gaslighter? No, Monk, I have not. But it's I've probably been told it before and forgotten it. You know, I'm so silly that way.
Oh, God. Anyway, what? I was about to say, what are we doing today? Shall we spin the wheel? And then I'm like, no, we're doing bombers. We've been over this. It's like, yes, I remember now.
The same thing we do every week, basically. Fight
Well,
space engineers until it complies.
Pretty much, yeah. But yeah. No, what are we doing next week is the interesting question, actually.
I don't know. I'm presumably just doing a victory lap.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. You may end up with more than you bargained for.
Yeah.
We'll see. But yeah.
You good?
Okay. Bye, love.
Ah, Zarian. I see.
Yes. Zarian is
Or here,
going to gym.
rather. Well, tell Jim I said hi.
It's not that kind of gym.
Oh.
The other kind of gym. The exercising
Oh.
kind.
Oh. I didn't know you had that kind of relationship. Right. Shall
What?
I set the timer for 2 hours then?
Yeah, sure. 2 hours.
Because if
2
you set
hours
this
and...
at like the 1 hour and then plus the like 10 to 5 minute markers we have, that's half a stream. So
Yeah.
it's probably worth just giving ourselves 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours. And then we can design the bombs and everything as well.
Yeah. That'll take like 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, but like we have to put them together, and we have to then rig up all the projection systems and everything like that. So it'll take
Like
a
I
bit more.
said, 5 minutes, but okay.
All right. If you think that's how long it'll take, fair enough.
Probably. Right.
All right.
Starting the timer. 2 hours.
2 hours. Go. All right. God.
I think I need to start over again.
You think you need to start? Why?
Because I've tried to build this from the outside in when I think I probably should have built it from the inside out. If you
Oh.
catch my meaning.
Okay. I mean, kind of.
As in, I haven't left myself nearly as much interior space as I might actually need.
For your 3 crew.
And everything else. For my
And
free crew,
everything else.
and also everything that the ship is supposed to have.
Fair enough. I mean,
But I'm gonna keep- I am
looking at
gonna
this
keep
and I'm
most-
actually thinking to myself, this does not need to be as big as I thought it did. Which
So
is
you've
why
gone
I'm
too
just
big and
cut
I've gone
off
too small.
parts of my ship.
Plus, I could just stop trying to be really, really incredibly, ridiculously creative, and I could just build something that works. Which historically in these contests has won for me.
Yes, this is true. However, do you
However,
want
I've
to
been
sacrifice your creativity?
I've been trying to, like, push my limits, but
Mhm.
that seems to be a losing play for me because it's unreliable.
I mean,
So
fair
if I
enough.
want to win this, I need to be reliable. I'm gonna start by moving this. Well, this is probably like the most functional part of this thing I've made so far, but it needs to be. I think it needs to be a little bit different, just a smidge.
That is fair. I mean, having gone away and then come back a week later, I feel like we've both looked at this and gone, we can do better.
To a fair degree. To a fair degree. Okay, so this definitely needs to be taller, and it definitely needs to be. I probably do need to use the entire space. I think. I think what I've got right now doesn't quite work.
But how do you feel about going back to survival?
What do you mean?
Well,
I remember the last time that we played survival, and I spent the entire time building drones who brute forced the laws of physics that you changed.
yes, this is true. I am looking at a planet.
Good for you. I can stare off at one myself right now.
I'm looking at a planet called Thanatos.
Uh-huh. Sounds like a vacation destination one could certainly make.
Indeed. This particular planet is quite difficult to live on. I would like to try and live on it.
I sense you've had a lapse in judgment at some point in that process.
Well, you know, I'm entertaining the idea of like underground bases and stuff like that, essentially. And I'm also entertaining the idea of bringing in a few more people, perhaps.
Uh-huh. Are you now?
I mean, yes.
What kind of other people are you thinking of?
At the moment, I have no idea. However, I know a few different people from the space engineers community that might be interested in a survival type scenario. And I am thinking that it might be fun to have a few different people involved, you know? More than just you and me on a Thursday evening, you know?
Is there a problem with it being you and me?
No, there is no problem. I'm just thinking, for the audience value and also for networking for you, you know.
Don't you dare bring my dire economic straits into this.
But also, like, I'm thinking that it might be interesting to have a few new faces around, you know? I am going to do something heinous.
Oh dear.
I'm going to put an atmospheric thruster in this thing.
We're in an these are meant to be atmospheric ships, Lucian. How is that heinous?
I like my hydrogen thrust, alright? I find it very difficult to build with, like, atmospheric stuff. I look at it and I think to myself, but it could be prettier. And right now I'm looking at it and going, It could be prettier, but I am not that bothered.
Well, you've got plenty of time at this exact moment.
True enough. I'd recommend Split Sea, because Thanatos sounds right up his alley, but his schedule is iffy at best these days. I mean, you also have to think, Zaracti, that Split Sea, while I would love to collaborate with Split Sea at some point, because his methods and madness are quite a sight to behold, you also have to think that Split Sea is a little beyond me and Lying's content creation niche. In that Split Sea has a couple of hundred people watching him whenever he streams.
Yeah, we're way above him. Yeah, we've no chance. Not a single chance there.
And me and Lying are kind of not. So, like I would happily stream with that Australian madman at any point in time. But also, another thing that has been noticed when it comes to streaming Split Sea is Split Sea lives in Australia, which makes internet kind of dodgy.
That is probably the more pertinent part of this, yes.
Yes. So, yeah. I require a projector. I require 2 projectors.
Is it that time?
Well, kind of. There we go. But yeah. The people that I was actually thinking about were in fact an Avacern, who is currently doing an interesting little Space Engineers shenaniganry stream with Shaq, and possibly the Wasted Space, if Wasted feels like getting back into Space Engineers, which is a possibility, but is also a possibility that he is not, because Wasted flits from thing to thing pretty quickly. Relatively sure the man has some form of ADHD, but, you know.
Not for us to diagnose.
Indeed.
Certainly, we're hardly ones to talk.
Indeed. So yeah, a few different people that I've been considering poking at and going, hey, how do you feel about doing a regular survival Let's Play stream thing with me and some other people? So,
Some other people being me.
Some other people being you, perhaps an Avacern, maybe some people around that region. I was kind of tempted to poke Directed Energy, but he and I have not been getting on so well lately, so maybe not.
Oh dear.
Nothing to be terribly worried about, but also kind of tensions are high in the Atlas community at the moment, and I don't want to stir the pot any more than already has been. So, but yeah. I mean, it could just end up being me and Lying, for all I know, but I am putting the idea forward as a possibility. I require number 5.
Number 5?
Number 5. Mambo number 5. That is... No, I require number 7, actually.
Number 5 is alive.
I'd rather it wasn't.
Wow.
I mean,
instantly dead.
I'm not particularly fond of the idea of a sentient number, I've got to be honest. Okay. So we're gonna want screen. Screen. LCD. Give me a text panel.
Okay. Bombs ready to go.
Lovely.
Not for you.
Not for me?
Yeah, won't be lovely for you.
Ah, I see. I require a seat.
Sitting in one? Standing desks I hear can be, like, wonderful, but not for people with, like, back issues and stuff.
Yeah, I mean... I was actually looking at a standing desk the other week, and I was thinking to myself, that could be kind of useful. And I was looking at it again the other day, and I was like, no. No. I'd rather be sitting down. I would rather wear a hole into a chair. Speaking of which, this chair is in the wrong place. Actually, no. No, it was technically fine where it was. Oh god, I've gotten used to Atlas controls again. That's a problem. So Atlas controls are essentially like, in order to deselect a block, you essentially you right click,
Right.
but with Space Engineers to deselect a block, you press 0 essentially.
Yes, to go to your empty hand.
So now I'm like, deselect block, immediately deletes block, and I'm like, no, that was not what I wanted to do. Ah, it looks like Kyo has managed to park a boat on an island. Again. Interesting.
Well, they learned it by watching you.
They actually did. That is fair.
Unfortunately.
Hey! Boat jump is a fabulous pastime, I'll have you know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is. It's fun. You should try it sometime.
No. I think I'm good.
Howard.
Right. Can I double this up?
I don't know.
Possibly, actually. The question is there any point in me doubling it up?
Dunno. Guess you gotta find out.
Let me go give this a whirl. See if it works even remotely the same as it should, as I'm expecting. Okay, that should be safe altitude.
Alright, that's I was mistaken. I can't say that now. No.
Hey, why are there 3 of these? There shouldn't be 3 of these. Oh, right, no, of course there's 3 of these. Silly me.
That'll do. I require pressurization, so... Oh, shit, it's actually pressurized. That is kind of surprising.
Okay, what went wrong?
Bombays are stored. I would like to have a T-junction. That. Back here. With mounted underneath the
There is no reason that this should be failing, and I can't figure out why. Are warheads disabled?
Don't think so. But then again, I didn't set up the original settings for this world, so they might actually be.
Because that would explain why these warheads aren't doing anything, and in fact are largely uninteractable.
Well, I can check in a second if you like. I can restart the world and check.
Good. That looks fine. But for whatever reason, I cannot trigger it.
Thought the competing was
I
over,
can
but I
see
hope
you,
Lucian
Brooks.
wins. I booked. Lion can literally see the chat, so
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, you didn't have to tell them out loud. I mean, I didn't have to. I didn't have to, booked. They already knew.
Sensors disabled? No, that can't be it.
Sensors should be fine.
Yeah. So,
World damage is off, but that shouldn't impact them. So,
yeah, if I tell these warheads to start their countdown, nothing happens.
strange.
And I can't alter their detonation time at all.
That is very strange. I will check my warhead.
Can I tell them to detonate manually? No, warheads are off.
Okay, well, I'll turn those on in a bit then.
Well, that scuppers my tests, but oh well.
I mean, if you want, I can restart the world now and turn it on.
Let me just hop into a cockpit so I don't have to respawn again.
Okay, ready?
Ready.
Saving.
I guess in theory, if I was going to try and go for purely functional, I would just make a big long thing that just like drops like six bombs at a time.
Yeah.
But it would work, and it would probably have the biggest spread for like catching all of those targets, but it wouldn't necessarily look very good.
I mean, technically, the best thing you could make is a Lotus.
So something that spins and while it's generating and releasing bombs.
Yes. Let's see. Warheads. Enable supergriding, enable subgrid damage, enable spiders.
You need to get the timing on that pretty good, though.
Enable wolves. Why is this not sorted by alphabetical order? It's enabled. No? Is it because no, that's meteor showers. I can't find a setting for warheads.
I mean, my chat can confirm that I was just pushing clicking the arm box and it hitting detonate.
I've had that happen to me as well. So I don't. There is no setting for warheads. It just doesn't exist.
So then what's causing it?
Maybe the fact that we're in creative?
That doesn't make sense.
Ah, you got me. I have no idea. Yes, they are
Yes,
the
I am.
Dragon Reaper. Well, I'm loading up the world again because I can't find a setting for it, so I'm assuming it's something else. Maybe the fact that I have block damage off is causing it, but that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. Yeah, I tried multiple times to start their countdown, both with a sensor and manually. I clicked the arm button just to make sure, and then I also clicked the detonate button from 5 feet away, and nothing happened.
Interesting.
Warheads are inert.
I will take a look at them myself in a second, and we'll see if I can jiggle them to life, as it were.
But also aerodynamics, I have no idea if they'll even
Okay,
if
world
they'll
is
even
loaded
properly
again.
hit the target.
I will quickly look at a warhead.
Is it warhead shaped? Does
I
it
don't
smell
know, I
and
haven't
taste
pulled
like a
one out.
warhead currently?
Warhead.
The only time you have too much fuel is when you're on fire. That's a good adage.
Start countdown. I'm gonna do this out in the middle of the field,
Sounds good.
just so that nothing goes boom.
you have block damage turned off. It's probably totally fine to just stick them right in the middle of your ship and detonate.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It has gone blue. I'm confused. This should have detonated.
Are you having the exact same issue I am?
Yes.
Hmm.
Detonate. Detonate. Hold on.
Did you push it? Did you arm them?
Yes, I did. What if I stick a battery on it?
Yeah, mine had a battery. Mine had a battery that will be depleted in 12 days.
It's flashing, and then it goes blue. Why does it glow?
What does blue on a warhead mean, chap? Anybody know?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if the internet has something to say about this. Blue on warhead, space engineers. How to ignite warheads. To be detonated through damage or through manual detonation, Bastion was first on the warhead. An unarmed warhead just gets destroyed by breaking the clock down with a few shots. An armed warhead will explode very easily after just one shot, so exercise caution when handling anything that contains armed warheads. To detonate through... Wait, hold on. Okay. Do not touch warheads. Give me a second. I think I might have figured... I think I might know what's going on.
Okay.
Head. Arm warhead. Start counter. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep, there it is.
What was the problem?
The problem was that damage was off.
Ah. So
They
warheads
will
don't
not
go
detonate
off.
if damage is off.
Ah. Right.
Damage is on at the moment, so bear that in mind.
Gotcha.
I'm now going to turn it off again.
Well, let me test my thing first.
Oh, you wanna... Yeah, okay. Give me a second. Okay, damage is on.
Get out of the way. That's never been a thing. Apparently it's a thing now.
Mm.
Don't know
I
what
mean,
else to
I
tell
was
you.
thinking about it, and I was thinking, well, the warhead won't detonate if damage is off, because it needs to take damage to detonate, right? Kind of. Like, it
Possibly.
damages itself when it detonates, so it won't detonate if there's no damage. Hey, Raze. How's your test going, Lang?
Just setting it up. Keep projection this time. And... that welder. Good, everything there. And that merge book. Put her away. And we definitely exploded. Good. Okay. You can turn it off again.
Okie dokie. Damage is turned off.
Oh, glad we got that figured out. this a really simple system. Let's see. Those together. And the overs together. Then, do I have this correct? Let's find out. Aha!
Oh,
Perfect.
perfect.
Yeah. I just
Okay,
toggle
cool.
power on the group and it creates a new bomb for me. Yay!
Nice.
Which means I just need one timer looping through and pulsing that whenever I want it to work.
Hmm. Good for you.
Aha! Yeah. Now I have to do cleanup because these warheads aren't going away.
Okay. Let's do. Yeah. Why not?
Right. Well, that's one thing off my tick list.
So if we do that, then we can put those in. It's two and we need a third. There. Okay. This design is a little bit wild, but I kind of like it. I'm invested now.
Ah, the sunk cost fallacy, I see.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a very interesting design, is what I'll say.
We're both going for that? We're both going for avant-garde?
I wouldn't describe this as avant-garde. Definitely out there though.
Hmm.
It's got a lot of interesting angles.
So has mine, but in probably not the same way you're thinking of.
Hmm. I am not certain about the lift profile of my ship. But it's fine, it can hover. Okay. So it needs...
Beautiful. Okay. Dial this down. About there. Glorious. And that also prevents me from trying to tell this thing to make a bomb when it's already making a bomb. Hooray!
Oh, I think. And I need...
Simplicity personified.
that. Then... This... More...
Okay, that's the main, that's the main working part of this thing malfunctioning. Hooray! I want to cover this.
Don't worry about the sudden clanking noise. It was intentional.
Oh, I see. I see. So this clang, totally anticipated.
Yeah. I have noticed that I'm very quickly drifting sideways, very rapidly. This is fine.
Is it fine though?
Yeah, it's fine. I just don't technically have any sideways thrust. It's fine.
Technically.
I just realized I don't have any sideways thrust. That's...
Hmm.
How do we fix the sideways thrust problem? Relatively easily, I think. Well, forward thrust, sideways thrust, up and down. This is good. This is good.
Creating such a mess now. There's just a pile of warheads pooling underneath. That's not going to cause any
There we
problems,
go.
surely.
Now we have sideways thrust. It is not great sideways thrust, but that is fine. I don't need it to be great sideways thrust. Yeah, nice. Okay. How are we looking on timeline?
It's just gone 10, so still over an hour.
That's fine. I'm being mindful of So this will be this. Give me this.
Right. So that solves that question for the immediate moment. Next question. How do I pipe resources to these things?
Mhm.
Though I expect that we are probably not going to be playing this in survival when we are doing the bombing runs.
Probably not. I mean, unless you feel like doing that.
It'll take us an age to get set.
Yeah, probably.
That's why we usually do these in creative, which is not necessarily a good thing for some contexts.
Hmm.
The fact that ships dismembered will still have power, for instance.
Yeah. Hmm. Do I go with how many warheads do I put on my bombs? Is a sudden question that I'm having to think about.
Enough.
Yeah. And I can really only It can only it's a 3x3 area that the welder can get to, right?
That is what you determined last week.
Yeah.
Whether that was accurate, I will not say.
Well, that is what I tested, so it is what I assume is relatively accurate.
Bomb's good to go on my end. Space Engineers might be the only game I've ever played where I actually care about using page up and page down so much.
I mean, rotation is required.
Yep. Much rotation. But also, I don't think I have ever managed to remember which button I need.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Even with the thing on the top right there telling me.
Like, I mean, it's mainly because, like, the orientation changes according to your orientation.
Exactly.
And it's like, well, okay, if it's gonna change like that, can I get some help? No help here.
Yeah, it's global orientation, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Global orientation in a game where nothing stays the same orientation.
Yep.
Should be right.
These are okay looking bombs, I think.
I don't need to be too, like, particularly, stylish. Just need to blow up
No,
at the end.
but I'm trying to fit a decent payload in them, while also having them be functional. My ship just fell out of the app.
Oh dear. Is there something resting on top of it?
No. I think it just ran out of fuel. It's been floating in the air for like the past 20 minutes, so...
I mean, we're in creative, aren't we?
Yeah.
So then it shouldn't be possible for it to run out of power unless you made hydrogen and then hydrogen regenerates slowly, doesn't it?
Hydrogen regenerates very slowly, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There's the problem.
Yeah, it's fine. I can fix that.
There's the main feature of this entire ship done. So now, I've got time to get everything else working properly. Step one of that is getting the actual things
What's-
hooked up.
Interesting. Unintentional, but interesting. Now that I'm looking at this, I'm thinking to myself, do I really need the extra bits and pieces that I've added on this?
Probably not. In fact, almost definitely not.
The answer is no, actually, now that I'm looking at it, but I'm kind of going, but do I want them? And the answer is kind of yes. This is a bad idea.
See the pile of detached gyroscopes I've just made.
Oh dear.
I took away the thrusters that they were resting on. Rest well, gyros, you'll have your time. Bit of lag there.
I now need to look at the weapons that we have allowed.
Right, yep. That sound certainly makes sense with what you just said. Whatever noise would be followed from that sentence.
Sound of weapons fire? Check.
Conveyors, and they all have to be large because that's the only way that this is going to work. Because the warheads need components that only go through large.
Yep.
Tragic, really.
Well, it's not so much that the warheads only have components that are large, so much as the fact that the welders will only take large ports. Yeah.
I could have sworn it was also partial.
There are some components that are large in the warheads, so yeah. You are right.
Glad in a moment that conveyors do not register in the console. Oh, but because the conveyors are 3x3, I have to make sure everything is like multiples of 3 apart. Oh, that's pain. That's annoying.
Yep.
Alright. Takes up so much space in here. sparrow or a finch nearby. Looking definitely something so far. I could give this thing a frankly ludicrous amount of cargo storage, given that, well, medium cargos have the same space, have the same space occupancy as a conveyor.
Mm.
But oh boy. Okay.
This needs to there. And then it's 2 down. Two down from 3. Okay. I have realized I have just accidentally given myself armor paneling.
Right.
Completely by accident.
Is that bad for you?
No, not necessarily, but I'm looking at it and going, ah, that is a thing I have done without realizing it. Oh no. Wait, why are you still being lit? Oh, right, yes.
Is that a bit weird looking? Absolutely. Does it work? Yes. Probably. This being the cockpit, and then hopefully I'll be able to test it again. am reconsidering whether I want to do this thing asymmetrical.
Hmm.
Simple reason that asymmetry is a massive pain in the neck.
Yes. Yes, it is. So, this being what is my goes to 21.
It's exactly where I want them to be. Small conveyors will suffice for this.
Okay. Let's see. So you need to spin. So you need a low limit of 90 and upper of 0. Let's see. And you.
How are you figuring out engineering?
Hmm?
Sounds like you're figuring out. It sounds like you're trying to figure out hinges and such.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out roaches at the moment. Okay.
I would mock you more, but I have plans for hinges and such later on.
Yes. Lovely. And on both of these. That is in place. Ooh, I'm actually really liking the style of this vehicle. I'm thinking I might paint it green.
Why green?
Don't know. Just feeling green for some reason today.
Eco-friendly, which this definitely is not.
Mm-hmm. That's
Okay.
a quick way to get out of the ship, but sure. I somehow managed to access the ladder on the outside of the ship from the inside, so I didn't even need to open the door.
Huh. Well,
Go
it works, I
figure.
guess.
Okay. So let me quickly block off. And do sensors require a battery?
They need power.
They need power? Okay.
There. Okay, let's look at light here. Pretty good, pretty good. Which reminds me. The camera in here.
Owner off, empty town, detect stations on. Does detect asteroids work for planets as well?
Pretty sure they are the same thing, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'll turn both of those on.
I forgot how big survival kits are. That's a problem. Is it a problem? Do I mind it being a problem? Moreover, do I care enough about it to fix it?
Is the answer no?
No. The answer is definitely no. Just squeeze my head in here.
Sensor, setup actions, toolbar. Oh, I see. Yes, I will need a group. Detect players off. Detect stations, asteroids, neutral, and enemy. Setup actions, groups, warheads. These warheads will have a detonation time of 5 seconds. And that should be that. Actually, no, I think about it, I want to name this. Little Bomb.
That's what's... Ah, that's... I rotated one of these conveyors the wrong way. Okay, right, so that's fine. Fix that.
The ships that I can rotate everything.
I always think that the converter is called an adapter. Every single time.
I mean, it would make more sense, to be honest. but... So, this one...
Okay, so that's curve 2 so far. Got the bombers, got it pressurized, it has a survival kit. It's completely atmospheric thrust. I need the extra crew member, I need the actual, like, weapons. What the heck are the weapons?
All that's in place now. Here it's from. This package.
It's losing valuable time by continually finding the wrong key.
Oh dear.
It happens.
Okay, time to give this a test. See if this actually works the way I thought it would, or if it's going to screw me over.
Yes.
Ooh. I feel like I'm suddenly going to need more gyros. But alright. Okay, no, that's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I feel like I've achieved something, though I'm not completely sure what. Yeah, that'll do. Oops.
You do have gyros. I imagine at this point, Lucian probably does have gyros. Or else we probably will be hearing a lot more panic.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, no, that definitely goes to show that, yeah, those gyros are more for show at the moment than anything else. I may have derped and built wrong ship and panicked. May have accidentally demoed the medium Klinger shipyard. That's fine. It's a test fire. Don't worry about it. Ooh, I'm gonna need a lock. Yeah, that's fine. Oops. Motors. Lock off. Reverse. Hinges. Lock off. Reverse. Reverse. This is fine. I really like the style. Oh shit, that's a wall. Plonk.
Now that's what I've been waiting to hear.
It's fine.
I was waiting for that sentence to come up.
What? Oh shit, it's a wall.
Yeah. At some point, that was always going to be uttered.
Yeah, probably.
Degree advanced rotor. What on earth for you? Oh, rotor with 2 additional inputs, apparently.
Yep. That is a thing, I think.
Apparently.
Let's see. That's a split. Okay. Now we implement the. Is this on? Yes, this is on. Now we implement the projectors.
Okay, that's my 3 crew.
Blueprints. Little bomb. Clipboard. Blueprints.
I think I want to keep that. Bear in mind, I'm only 11, so. things look fancy. Probably more than I should, but here we are.
There we go. And now
What do you need?
I need a group. I need a test. Oh, yes. Oh, that worked. A lot better than I expected, actually. Fair enough. And now...
And now?
And
Final
now,
curtain.
I test the dropping. Yeah, that works pretty well.
Is there anything I can do with these that will make them a bit more functional? I can make them look nice.
How are we looking on time?
We have half an hour remaining.
Oh, plenty.
Yeah, I'm nearly done. I feel like these edges are too small. They're disproportional, but on the other hand, I'm already pushing the limits here. So she'll have to do.
That... Okay, that's fine, actually. That works. I've got to make sure that the bombs had... the projectors had their thing set to remember. Heat projection. Show only buildable as well. this. There we go. With all this in place, I think it's time for a test.
This is gonna be a problem. It'd be easier if I was in space, but oh well.
Well, you know, so...
Just don't fall over, and I should be good.
Okay.
Bingo! Hooray! Worked flawlessly.
Good for you.
Okay, so got free crew, got a survival kit, pressurized, got an oxygen kit, or oxygen tank rather, got my turrets, got my bombs.
I'm going to run a very quick test. I am going to turn damage on.
Noted.
See if this works. Whoa!
Guessing that was a successful test.
Technically, yes.
Technically.
I mean, the bombs exploded, and that's what I was trying to test. What I didn't realize is that it must have detected the platform
that we're
as
on?
I was leaving, and so decided to start the countdown on the bombs.
Have you just detonated your own ship?
Yes.
And you turned damage on, didn't you? So the warhead exploded, so you've just detonated your ship.
Yes, and I
Not
also
hearing-
forgot to take a backup.
Aha. Right, so your half hour is now reconstructing your ship.
My half hour is running a quick F5, if you don't mind. Get in the cockpit. Actually, it won't matter. It'll go back to the last save. I apologize, lying. I thought I had taken a blueprint, but apparently not. I renamed it. And then I forgot to take a blueprint. But I renamed it because I wanted to take a blueprint. Oh, I'm an idiot. I apologize.
Yeah.
That was completely my utter incompetence.
Meanwhile, Chad, if you want to see professionalism and competence personified, head over
I
to
wouldn't go that far.
twitch.tv/lying in Bedmore, where everything happens perfectly all the time.
I wouldn't go that far. I heard explosions earlier.
Yes, but those were intentional explosions.
So was this one.
Those were
I
also
just
perfectly
forgot
carried
to
out. Perfectly
take a
executed
blueprint.
explosions. You know, welders can set off armed warheads unless they change that. I believe they can, but especially in at least in my system, that's not a concern. Because the welders and the warheads are never active at the same time. Alright, back to greebling and painting for me. I will note, custom turret controllers do not recognize the modded turrets, or the modded weapons, as I've just noted. So that's a thing to bear in mind.
That is... I don't know.
It does make making custom turrets a bit more difficult, but oh well. Ah, dang it, I've got to redo that. Okay, well, at least I know how.
You know, welders can set off armed warheads unless they change that. I believe they've changed that, Dragon Reaper, and regardless of that, they weren't armed when they're being welded. They're not armed when they're being welded.
No.
They're armed when the detector detects the fact that there is a platform below them. Okay. Okay. Now that has been actually taken. Okay. I'm gonna quickly turn off the thing again and test this when I'm not sitting right next to the platform. Allow damage is now on.
Noted. My system is completely inert when it's not active, so...
Huh.
That sounded like a successful test.
It was a successful test, however, I think the timer on the bombs is a little short.
Well, that's easily fixed.
True. And I think one of the is in projecting.
Need to set it to projection. That noise sounds a lot like I don't know.
I thought I had, but maybe it missed. Apparently not. That's fine. Easily fixed.
merge block on this? Asking Jet.
No, it wasn't a merge block. I am going to... adjust this, though. It's good, but it's not quite there. Sensor, detect asteroids, yes. Detect stations. Detect neutral or detect... hold on, how far does it detect a planet?
It's basically when it hits solid voxels.
According to this, it's actually more like when it's in the atmosphere. So
Well,
detect asteroids should be off. Okay. I am going to remove the countdown thing and just set it to arm, so that when it hits the ground, it explodes. Because that makes more sense, I think, rather than having it on a countdown timer.
It's a pain. Okay. Think that my rotors are on backwards. Or upside down, rather. This thing definitely needs more rotors. More gyros.
Okay. Little Bomb 1.
Cutie. That's better.
Then we go for a test plan. Last one. Make sure everything's fine. Fair warning, turning on allow damage.
Noted.
Okay, that seems to be working. Oh, except for that hasn't done it properly. Okay, that's fine.
Have we hit any targets? Not yet. Although Lucian has detonated their ship already.
By accident.
Yeah. That sounds very much like what you'd say if you did it. If you did it. Well, actually, no, by accident. You missed it. You missed it. No, there's still plenty of exploding to do, I'm sure. It'd be really nice if I could just paste things into a rotor socket, but here we are.
You missed it? No, you haven't. You haven't missed it, Aloka. You're fine. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Kind of.
Was that kaboom intentional?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that... I mean, it's not a massive amount of damage, but it's pretty good, considering, like, the warheads are pretty small. Okay, 2 things left to do. Put on the turrets and paint. Three things left to do. Bring my music back. Where's my music gone? There it is.
Okay, that's one.
Lying is the robot that reads your chat messages and then you respond 3 minutes later. I mean, yeah, kind of. Bonk.
How dare you call me a bot?
Okay, turning damage off again. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Boing. It's a little ridiculous, it's a little wild, but in all the good ways. What's your pronouns? Preferential taste in being called by titles? Ha ha.
gotta maneuver this so that I can attach this to the rotor. Make sure that I am at all aligned at any point. Bear in mind I'm functioning with input lag because of this world. There we go. Okay.
Ooh, it just went flying. Okay. Right. We put some names down.
The other one. Annoyingly, all of the modded guns also don't count as being block tools, so I can just put them on the bar.
Hmm.
It does that. Yeah, since the modded weapons aren't recognized by the turret controller, I can't use a custom turret with them.
I mean, you don't have to use the modded weapons.
Yeah, I do now because they're the thing that's connecting to the rotor.
Oh, well,
So if I remove
yeah,
them, I
that's
have to
fair.
rebuild everything. It's a pain in the neck. Can't rebuild these to the 11th hour.
Hmm.
I think that's all set to go. One detail I could do with is being able to flip the cameras upside down. Assign the camera weapon channel to this camera? What does that mean?
don't remember.
Right. You have 4 minutes remaining.
That is fine. It's doable.
Anyway, would like to recognize my clicks game. My lag's getting worse today. You ever have that moment where you have a song stuck in your head that you have absolutely no idea why, but it is nonetheless?
Yeah, that does happen occasionally.
For whatever reason, I've got "How do you like your eggs in the morning" stuck in my head.
Well, how do you like your eggs in the morning?
I like mine with a hug.
Well, that'll have to do.
That's a bit messy, but I kinda like it. That'll do. More detail. Right. I think I'm done.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done as well. Oh. Maybe not quite as done as I thought. I just accidentally disconnected something. What was that?
That was me not realizing which seat I was sat in.
Okay, yeah.
But everything looks fine.
I believe I am pretty much done.
Okay.
What the... Hold on. What the fuck
What?
is that? There is something... Oh! Okay, that is kind of weird, but fine. Is that?
Alright, what am I naming
Oh,
this
it's
chap?
because I'm aiming at it, right. I guess. Alright. Ready?
1 second, just doing some tidying up over here. Not of the ship, just literally tidying up. Yeah, what am I naming this chap? What do we think? I feel like there's some culinary references that could be made, but I'd rather not. And before I forget, take a take a blueprint of that. Yep,
Yes,
blueprint.
thank you, Mr. Bobbington. Blueprint is a good idea now that I have gotten it to the stage that it is.
Thanks. I'm gonna call this, in the absence of any other suggestions, the Ikoria.
The what?
The Ikoria.
Oh, fair enough. I have called mine the Big Bombardier.
Right. Are you ready to reveal?
Pretty much as ready as I'll ever be, I think.
Okay.
Interesting. It's a pancake.
Yeah, I feel like the side wings could be much bigger than they are, but I didn't want to go too far because I would have gone way outside of. I'm
Well,
already
you know,
right
you
edge.
could do what I did, and
and have it fold.
do, you know, this.
Yeah, but that would require adding even more bits to this, and it's already kind of hard to fit things into this.
That's
as you
fair.
may
I
be
mean,
able to guess.
it's an interesting visual design. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah.
Like that, you've made a donut.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, some definite culinary references could be made in the name of this thing.
Indeed. But yeah, when I have my wings extended like this and they're connected to my body, I turn really slowly. But when I disconnect them and then do this, you can see that suddenly I can start to turn really quickly in comparison. And it's
Is
that
aerodynamics messing with you?
it's not the aerodynamics, it's the extra non-subgridded weight, essentially. When they're connected in, I'm able to glide for long distances without having to worry about fuel consumption all that much. But when they're folded away, I hover, I use more fuel, but I can turn quicker as well.
Right.
Anyway, shall we take a land and take a
Yeah,
look around?
review.
Alright, let's take a look at yours. Okay, so you've gone for external cockpits, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
All external, all pressurized, because it was way easier than trying to build
Oh.
build into this an interior.
Interest. Okay, so your turrets don't have an up and down. They just kind
Well,
of have
they own more specifically. They only have an up and
They
down.
only have
They
an
don't
up
have
and
a
down.
left and
They
right.
don't have a side to side. That's interesting.
Yeah, because sticking a rotor and a hinge in there would have made it way too wide.
You have a cockpit at the front and the back, and then you've just kind of stuck one on the
Yeah,
side.
the front cockpit is main helm. The rear cockpit is
Okay.
bomber.
Right.
And the offset cockpit at the front is gunner.
Okay. Interesting. What are your bombs like? I'm curious.
Well, this is set up by timers, so you're not going to be able to see them most of the time, but I can at least turn the projectors on for a hot minute.
Yeah. Oh, they turned on and then they immediately turned off again.
No, just I had to switch the only buildable.
Ah.
So this is a grand total of 5 warheads,
Okay.
plus a battery and a sensor.
I cannot see them.
No?
No. I think it's only showing. It's not showing me them because the merge blocks are turned off, so it won't connect them into the
Oh,
grid.
they're not set
essentially.
to show only buildable. They're set quite the opposite right now.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're set to just be
on.
visible, but let me fix that.
Okay, there it is. Now I can see it.
Okay. Now it
Okay,
is set to buildable, but apparently that's inverted view.
Huh. All right. So you've gone for. Okay, that's an interesting design. It's basically
Very,
like
very
code.
simple. It's a very simple design, and I decided to go for a cone because of the pure issue of aerodynamics.
Hmm.
I knew I had to involve aerodynamics somehow so that this thing would reliably point down when it was falling.
So it's 3x3 welding, but I'm guessing it's 5x5 on the top and bottom, or it's
No,
5.
it's 3x3 on the bottom.
Is it?
This is 100. Well, there's the sensor at the bottom there, but it's 100% 3x3 otherwise.
Yeah, but the welding zone that I'm seeing is 3x3x5. What I can see.
Like 5 vertical.
Yeah, by the looks of it.
Interesting. So I could
Because-
add 5 more warheads. Is what you're saying?
You probably could, yeah. I probably could as well, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. Interesting. Okay, so yours is a donut, and it has.
Yes.
Hmm. The cargo conveying in this must be very complicated to get that ring working.
It is very complicated, and it is trying to get everything to fit properly so that the thing actually has that nice loop to it, and you can definitely make out what I meant when I was saying that I should have built this from the outside in, rather from the inside out instead of the other way.
Yeah, I can kind of see, what's happened. Yeah, that's interesting though. Okay, let's take a look at the big bombardier. So this one
You've gone
has.
extremely classic, I see.
I kind of have. I took inspiration from the Flying Fortress. But I was like, well, what if the Flying Fortress had 3 hulls, kind of thing?
Right.
And so
Oh,
I
this is where
decided.
bombs come out, okay.
Technically, this is where the bombs come out here. However, I also have a pair of bomb bays on the back as well.
Ah.
So I have the ability to drop 4 bombs at once. I will quickly switch this projector to show the full thing. So this is
Oh, so
this
you
is
made a
my
bridge.
little bomb. This is my little bomb.
Okay. I think
it
mine
has-
has maybe a slightly higher yield.
4 warheads. So
Yep, that's my 5.
so slightly lower yield than yours. But I had the problem that you don't actually. Of how do I fit the bomb into those forward bomb bays? Right?
Yeah, because mine are open air.
Yours are open air, mine are not, which means that I have to make sure that they don't stick to the sides when they're built, essentially. So I had to sort of
I mean,
make my...
armor panels around the outside tends to fix that quite easily. Still an issue.
Yes. I basically used half slabs, but because of the style of these bomb bays at the front, you can't really use armor panels in those areas.
Yeah, I will say I'm a little disappointed that you don't have like a housing. You don't have like a you of all people haven't used hinges to make an unfolding lattice where it then drops bombs.
You know,
That would have been very you.
that sounds very cool. It also sounds very complicated, and I don't think we would have had the time, to be quite honest. But yeah. No, is a few things that like work and a few things that don't. Yeah, the
guessing
ladder
this
is more
is
for aesthetic
completely-
reasons than anything
Yeah,
else.
100%. And there's no floor for me to sit on
But
unless
the
I close it.
interior is pressurized. You
Yeah.
have a front cockpit for flight. You have the middle cockpit for turret control, and then the rear cockpit that is
Nothing
outside
is
at the
actually
back.
set up. I see.
Yes.
That's
Well.
a bit weird. I can reach the ladder from inside.
Yes.
So I can just
yes.
I can
that's
just
what I.
I can just decompress myself.
That is what I was talking about earlier. And then you have this rear cockpit, which is for bomb control, essentially.
Yeah,
But at
again,
the moment, everything's mapped.
Nothing
to the
is
front
actually
cockpit.
set up. I see.
Yeah, everything's mapped to the front cockpit at the moment. So.
And as ever, you cannot help yourself, and you've gone with hydrogen thrust.
I mean, yeah,
Does
you know
this-
me.
Does this have landing gear?
No, it does not.
Huh. Next
The-
question. How do you resupply it? Because I
Uh,
don't see a connector anywhere.
That is a very good question. I do not
That
have an
you-
answer for you. I mean,
Right, so
technically
you built a
speaking,
ship, you built a bomber, which is the only ship in the world that needs to have onboard crafting materials, and you have no way to give it crafting materials.
pretty much. I mean, you
Or-
can,
Or
you
for
can,
that matter, fuel.
yeah, pretty much. I mean, I was looking at it and I was thinking, well, what I can basically do is I can just replace one of these cargo containers with a conveyor junction. But at that point, I was like, well, I could, but am I going to? I have other things to worry about at this point,
Yeah, the answer apparently is no.
and eventually I just forgot. So yeah.
Yeah, what is your cargo capacity, by the way?
My cargo capacity is. That's a very good question. I have 10 medium cargo containers.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for me.
Okay.
Okay, so you have the capacity to make more bombs. You also have the
Yes.
capacity to drop more at once.
Yes.
I know all of your turrets are on the underside.
Yes, they are. My
What
my
would
main
you say
thought.
is the angle least likely to be receiving fire from like enemy aircraft and such?
True. My main thought with
Nope,
the underside.
nobody's gonna fly underneath something that's actively dropping things.
My main thought with the underside turrets is that this vehicle is essentially going to be, like, a lot of the time flying really high up in the clouds.
Right, so you figure
So if something's going to fly up
above.
towards it, it's going to get shredded. But it has that massive weak spot on the top.
Hmm.
It would be easy to install a turret on the top.
I can hope so with all the conveyor lines you have to
Yeah,
run
like
behind.
there's conveyor lines everywhere. It would be easy to install one. I thought to myself, I don't really need one up there at the moment. Like, so yeah, and like the turrets, the custom turret controllers are, as with yours, a little inactive because
They don't recognize the modded pieces, yeah.
Yep, but that's fine. Okay. Shall we head?
So
Over-
how are you building your turrets and like deploying? How are you deploying your bombs, rather?
How am I deploying my bombs? Would you like an example?
Yes, please.
I will
Preferably
turn on
not on.
damage for this. Okay, so projectors on, merge blocks on, weld, release.
guessing those are on timer?
Yes. Well, no, actually. These are completely manual control.
Oh. No, I mean,
It's
like,
only
I mean
two
the,
buttons, though. It's really
I mean
simple.
the bombs are on timer.
No. Bombs are on impact. So, if I get high up, and I do this, and then release...
Wait, so does that then mean that you have no way of actually...
Ba-boom.
Yeah, if you're low enough, they don't go off.
If you're low enough, they don't go off. No. But you don't have to be too high to make them go off.
Hmm.
Like, you have to be about 100 meters up, essentially. Which isn't too bad, to be honest. Whereas you...
Conversely, mine always go off.
Okay, but what is your timer on those?
About 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
If that, honestly. I could probably make it much shorter.
Okay, that's fair. That feels a lot longer than 2 seconds.
It's just... If they're not starting in midair, they're starting when they hit the ground, basically.
Ah, yeah, you see, I was having...
So I don't have an altitude issue, which is what you
I
have.
was having trouble with that. Like, when I went to release the bombs, they just detonated about 5 seconds, like about a second after they left the vessel. And I thought it was because the bombs were essentially detecting the planet from really high up. So I just turned that off. Otherwise, they would have a timer. So I don't know.
Mine are detecting the planet.
Yeah.
Within about, I
Mine
think, 2
were also
meters of the
detecting
sensor.
the planet, but I don't know. Maybe I set something up wrong.
Possibly.
Who knows? This is kind of my first time using warheads, so...
I mean, more or less same. But,
Yeah.
Thankfully, they turned out to be quite simple.
Hmm.
Well, for me, at least.
Good for you.
So you turn really slowly when you've got the wings on? Is that
I
it?
turn really slowly when I've got the wings out, like this. However, I can just turn off all of my, like, downwards thrust and glide, like this.
Right.
Which is pretty good. And then I just turn it on when I want to slow down again.
Alright, well, to answer your earlier question, no, I don't need a runway.
That is fair. You are
think I
kind of like flying saucer.
Yes.
And I mentioned earlier that I had accidentally given myself armor. That's what I meant by the wings. Like, they just fold in, and then I have armor around that section as well. Okay, so this is our starting point.
Okay.
We have... Fine, everything's fine. If we want to quickly... Yeah. I'll turn damage off again. Real quick, so that we don't have to worry about anything going boom. Okay. So, I suggest a 5-minute timer
Okay.
to do a bombing run of the entire course.
Right.
And the person who can hit the most targets wins.
Straightforward.
With the bearing in mind that the amount of targets hit is not the priority. The priority is the amount of it is the type of targets hit. So
On the off chance that I manage to completely obliterate targets, do you remember what all their points are worth?
Yes. So
And where they are?
Yes. We'll be able to see where they are pretty easily. I'll put down a points board for us both, actually. Big board.
love that you've made the most, like, resource-intensive ship you could, and you forgot to put a connector on it.
Yeah, yeah, that was on me, honestly. That was one of the things. I was just like, yeah, no, it doesn't need a connector. Why would it need a connector?
Because it needs hydrogen to not crash into the ground immediately, where it has no landing gear.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
I mean, technically speaking, mine, I will say, technically mine doesn't have landing gear either, but mine can just happily rest on itself, just flat like that.
I mean, mine can happily just rest on its wings, so, you know. Okay. Content, text and images. There we go. Small, 5 points. Medium, 3 points. Large, 1 point.
Okay, do you remember where all of them are? Like, if the small one's 5 points, do you remember where all the smalls are?
They're pretty easy
In
to
case
spot.
they become a crater.
They're pretty easy to spot, and all of them are larger than the bombs that we drop, so.
Okay, if you're sure.
Tool, no, I need trash removal. No, I need admin tools. There be light.
And lo, there was light.
And lo, there was light. Okay. Let's see. So we start from.
Yeah. Originally, my bomb area, by the way, was like front and right of where it is currently. Which made the whole thing asymmetrical, and that was a massive pain in the neck to work with. So I abandoned that in the case of saving time.
Fair enough. Okay.
I did also realize I can probably double up what I've already got and have basically 20 warheads being dropped per second, but...
I mean, you also have to think about, like, in an actual scenario, you would have to
In
think
an actual
about...
scenario, how quickly are we going through components, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so, I'm going to save as, build and race, -1. Actually, hold on. Save, then I would save as build and race -1. And then, once one of us does a bombing run, we can then go back to the old save and have everything ready in the start. So, who wants to go first?
Do you want to give it a shot? See how you do?
Yeah, sure. I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. See how well I actually manage the stuff. That one will do. All right. 5-minute timer. I will use my phone for this.
We've definitely gone for very different aesthetics, but yours is...
We really have.
You went with aerodynamic, because of course you did. You went with hydrogen everything, because of course you did. I actually tried to, well, firstly, raise a middle finger at the aerodynamics mod. Secondly, be a bit,
I'm
bit
wondering
more
how that'll work, honestly. I'm wondering how well that'll work for you. Because
Well,
I have
so far it
noticed that you're
hasn't.
kind of leaning forward a lot when you're flying.
Yeah. Hasn't caused me any trouble so far.
Fair enough. Alright. Get ready, set, and
Hop into spectator.
go.
Alright, 5 minutes. Here you go.
5 minutes.
Alright. So, first target coming up. Oh, you've flown past it, I think.
Oh god.
Papa, this
I'm-
is... we have created our own custom bombers in this world, and we are currently trying to see who's best. So far, I haven't seen a single thing go off, Lucian.
Yeah, I noticed that. I just realized that my camera is upside down.
Are you aiming the wrong way?
Apparently.
Hmm. Well, so far I'm still not seeing any explosives.
Hmm.
And you're descending rapidly.
Yes, I noticed that. I actually realized that my dampeners are off for some reason.
Tick tock, 5 minutes.
Yeah. My bombs are not going off at... Oh! We
Did you
need to
not turn
restart
damage
this.
on?
I didn't turn damage on.
Right.
That's why they're not going off. I didn't turn damage on. Alright, I'm coming back and we'll restart.
Took you long enough.
I was like, hold on, why is nothing exploding? Things should have exploded by now.
Yeah, generally speaking, things go boom when you tell them to go boom.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Coming down.
Yes, this is my ship, the Ictoria, which is built very much more for a kind of sci-fi kind of look. And that is Lucian's, which is... You're not even flying with your wings on? Really?
Well, I wanted to turn around quickly, so...
Yes, this is Lucian's, which is basically just a folding wing aircraft.
It's a folding wing B-52, which is...
Yeah.
It's a folding wing B-52 with 3 hulls, which is very weird.
Very weird.
Yes.
Also, your paint scheme leaves a little to be desired.
Well, I said I wanted green, so, you know.
You got green. That's about all you got. You got green.
I got green. Alright, global permissions. Allow damage. Alright. Starting timer. Now. And we're off.
Okay. So there's Lucian right there. And steadily moving out. Will there be any booms this time?
I certainly hope so.
Nothing so far. Yeah, I get the feeling the fact that you have to be at a certain altitude for yours to go off might be a big problem for you. Well, I've seen our bomb go off, but I don't think it hit anything. Yeah, 4 minutes.
Oh, that was really close.
That was really close, yep. 3.5. Are you specifically aiming
Target
at
hit!
Oh yeah, I see that one. Okay.
Oof, this is kinda hard to gauge, actually.
I did say these are really small targets for a bomber.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've had 1 hit so far. On the grade 3, I think that is.
Yeah, on the large. Oh,
Yep.
that was really close.
Complete miss.
That was close.
You're less than 2 minutes, or less than 3 minutes, I think. That's all gonna miss. Complete miss. 2 of them didn't even go off.
Yeah. The small targets are really hard to hit.
I did say! I did say you were being optimistic. And you haven't got your wings out as well.
True. Having the wings out would probably help.
You just stopped dead over a target now. I see
I
how
don't
it
even
is.
know if that's gonna hit.
It's not.
It almost it went under the target for some reason.
Very slight. No, it went right off to the side. I know because those warheads didn't even detonate. I might win this just by sheer virtue of not having to worry about altitude. That's a complete miss.
Yeah. This is
And
kind of
again,
hard.
two
to
didn't go
control.
off. I think the aerodynamics might also be working against you.
Really?
Yeah, because I think they're making your bombs tumble, and that's making the sensors not detect things.
Hmm.
Or at least that's my best guess.
Okay. Okay, 1 minute.
Got 1
26
point so far,
Yeah.
so you really need to make it up here. Remember, the higher you go, the harder it is for me to win.
Yeah.
So of course, you just practically stole it above one. Oh.
Oh, that's a hit.
Narrowly, but yes, one of them still hasn't gone off. That's 2 points. Actually, was that 3 points? I think that was a 2-pointer. That's miss. That's a miss. And that's a miss.
Yeah, this is really hard to control, actually.
I mean, there's a reason that bombers in like the World War II had like an actual mechanism for calculating when to release.
True.
Like, we are doing this by eye purely. But
Hmm. And that is time.
yep, release no more bombs. So you have a grand total of 3 points, I think.
Yep. Mediums are 3 points, larges are 1 point, smalls are 5.
Okay.
So that's
You
4
hit
points.
you hit a small and a medium.
I hit a small and a medium. I hit a large and a medium, not a small one.
Okay, yes, of course.
You almost gave me 5 points there.
I almost.
Okay, on my way back. Do we
Your
want to reset
prompt
the map
was
for this,
tumbling.
or just?
I mean, if you want it to be perfectly sporting, then it probably must do, but
No,
do you think it's necessary?
I don't think it's necessary. Okay, I'm coming back in.
Yeah, there's another question. Do you have a camera that's facing down?
I do. I have 3
Okay.
actually, but I picked the
I just-
wrong one, so I was facing backwards the whole time.
I see. Yeah, I do have one, thankfully.
Okay. All right. You ready?
This is my ship. Yep, this is my ship, the Ikoria. Off we go. So, when you say?
Let me quickly just spectator cam. Ooh, God.
You ready?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Got
3,
timer?
2. Oh, right, timer. Yes.
Yes, that would kind of be important.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Right. Tally ho!
The little flying saucer's flying pretty well. I'll give it that.
I did say. I did say.
I'm actually seeing... Oh, that is a miss.
That was close, but yes. Ah, yeah, my forward velocity is really messing with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing is kind of difficult to work with at times.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. No, the timer detonation things is definitely doing it. That's a miss.
Overshots. But that won't be.
No, yeah. Okay, so that's 4 points.
There's a small one. Let's see if I can try at least to get this bombardier style as opposed to just hovering. Oh, not that speed, I can't.
Miss.
Yep, big miss.
But the fact that yours like detonate after dropping is definitely aiding you to a degree.
Oh, yeah. Like the fact that they are reliable detonators, I guess. Would be
Yeah.
the case.
No, I should have looked into the timing detonation more. That
And
is.
It also helps that my bombs are a lot more aerodynamic than yours. So they're staying pretty much perfectly pointing downwards on the way down.
Yeah, they are. They are. I'll give you that. If I'd known about the if I'd known about the fact that the welders have a 5x5, 5x3x3 build area, I would have probably made them a little more aerodynamic, to be honest.
Oh. Yeah, the slightest bit of like
Yeah,
altitude.
the slightest bit of
That's
like
that's-
forward thrust.
Yeah, and they just go flying.
Yeah, you need to
They are
kind of
they are
preempt.
just so they are so light.
Mm. I mean, at this point, it's pretty conclusive who's won this. But if you want to keep going, you still have a minute
I've done
and
this
50
more.
seconds left.
If I've won this, it is mostly by the design of my bombs. I'll be honest.
Well, that's fair. I mean, I think it's also by the design of your like aiming system, essentially, because your aiming system is centered on your bombs, whereas my aiming system is kind of centered on my craft, not my bombs.
If I could have stuck the camera to my bombs, I would have.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty conclusive. It is pretty conclusive. Lying wins. Lying wins this round, and by definition wins the entire contest. Oh,
Yep.
you're really gonna do this to me? You're really
I'm
gonna
not,
do
I'm
this to
not.
me?
Tempting though it is, I'm not.
Well,
Yeah, I do have the spotlights that give me an idea of what I'm above, but the camera is the better choice, really.
yeah, I have the spotlights as well, but I feel, I don't know. The camera
It's
choice.
the crosshair on the cameras.
Yeah, I think I could have done better with my camera placement and stuff. I was having difficulty controlling as well when I was flying.
Yeah, I figured if I know the aerodynamics is going to mess with me, I'm just going to preempt that by being like just on the spot maneuverable.
Yeah. No, that makes
Hence,
sense. Honestly.
ring. Big
That makes
ring.
sense. Like the method that you've used to maintain your systems is actually pretty good. No, yeah. That is a victory to Lying. Round 11, or part 2 of round 11, goes to you. Oh,
Yep, there goes my
timer.
timer. How many points was I at there? Anyone know?
Good 10, I think, at the very least.
Hmm.
But yeah, no. congratulations, Lion, for winning the build versus build contest. We've come out with some pretty good designs over the course.
Yeah,
of,
we
over the
definitely.
course of this.
For the most part, I want to say that we mostly stuck to our strengths, but we did
Yeah.
try and stretch them a bit.
Yeah,
This
we
is
did.
not something I would have made if I wanted to just build a bomber. I would have just made a long rectangle that just drops half
Yeah.
a dozen at a time.
And I mean, if I was gonna make a bomber, this isn't quite the design I would go for. I've definitely been trying to branch out in my building.
You
if I
say that, but I think 3 different things you've made for this contest have just been the Batmobile.
that's kind of by accident, mainly because that is a building style that I'm familiar with. But no, I think we've come out with some really interesting and strange and kind of weird designs over the course of this contest. I'm pretty pleased. We have no idea what we're doing next week because
Not a clue.
the contest is over. But I'm sure we'll figure it out as we go. Yeah.
Ooh.
The Big
For now,
Bombardier
that's all
versus
Versus the Ikoria.
the Ikoria. There you go. Names. Difficult to remember for me.
Ikoria, if anyone's wondering, is a dimension in Magic the Gathering.
Ah. Ever the nerd.
Of course, of course. I say that because I've spent a fair bit of time this past week reviewing trading cards and all sorts.
Hmm.
I had to go through 1,000 of them just to figure out which ones were worth flogging.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A resounding victory for Lion. Down to the wire a little bit. Got it tied.
It wouldn't have
and-
been as interesting if it wasn't.
Yeah, no. But yeah, no. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is all we have time for this evening. A well-resounding victory to Lying. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for joining us this evening. You can find Lying's channel over at twitch.tv/Lying in Bedmon. You can find their YouTube at youtube.com/.
Yes, you can find my YouTube at Twitch.
LyingTube. And you can find their Patreon at patreon.com/lying. As well, they have a GoFundMe running to saddle
For
up
my
on
medication.
various medications and stuff like that. The Titty Skittles, as they are colloquially known. And as ever, ladies and gentlemen, I have been Lucian V Ghost, and you can find all of my stuff down in the description. We have a Discord, we have Twitch, we have YouTube, we have Patreon as well. For now, though, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for joining us this evening. I'm gonna go raid a Splitsy, who is currently streaming Space Engineers. The Australian madman himself. Thank you all very much for joining us this evening, everyone. Have a very good evening and a very good night.
I don't know how to spell splitsy, so I'm just gonna wait for you to post it. There we go. Alright, catch you later, everybody. Victory goes to the Ikoria and my functional over design performance once again.
Indeed.